Sweet Pea. Piper Rose is tailing off. Likewise for Mariah Star. Brahms is who? Here comes Impulsus. And Impulsus puts the red shadow roll in front. Brahms is who punches back to the inside. Come on, Sweet Pea. That's the one, 3 lengths behind Impulsus. And they're coming home now. Impulsus, 8-1. Brahms is who? 2-1 to the inside. After that, come on, Sweet Pea and Piper Rose late on the scene. Impulsus, Brahms is who comes right back. It's a spine tingler. Brahms is who? Impulsus, Impulsus, and here's come on, Sweet Pea. It's Impulsus at 8-1. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. Schmooze outbroke the field, but now is taking off the pace. I'm Noble and Little Red Rifle show speed, and now splitting runners. Yip Yip Kip, and Yip Yip Kip at 9-1 has taken the lead. After that, Schmooze about 4 lengths from a very reasonable early pace. I'm Noble's having all kinds of trouble with the turn. Board certified advancing to the outside of Schmooze, and Mr. Cougar can see them all. Up the barn side they go, chasing Yip Yip Kip, and Kip leads it by 1. But now, speaking of the 1, Schmooze advancing along with Board Certified, and Board Certified is pulling Q out of the saddle, leading it by a neck with a half mile to go. After that, Little Red Rifle, 3 lengths from the front, a bit wide. Number 3, Yip Yip Kip, just checked badly with 3.5 to go. Then we come back to I'm Noble, and Mr. Cougar's advancing. Only 4 separates 6 off the far turn, and Board Certified said, you better catch me if you want to win. Board Certified opened up an effortless 4 on Schmooze. And then we come back to Yip Yip Kip, bar outside I'm Noble, and between them Mr. Cougar chasing Board Certified, who still has a big lead. Schmooze still second. After that, Mr. Cougar, and on the outside I'm Noble, but Board Certified has put their backs against the wall, and Board Certified is gone. 4 and a photo in race 7. And they're racing. Halo's Laddie comes out in divine fashion, and it's 7-1. Halo's Laddie right to the lead, holding tight, holding on to second to the inside of Heavenly Gazebo. Then we come back to Eye on Dessert. That one is to the inside of Tiger Hunter, and they're about 3-4 lengths from the lead. Stun Gun also prominent. Into the far turn they sprint, and we still have several on for the lead. Now make it 2. Holding tight, Heavenly Gazebo, hold him tight. Tiger Hunter goes on the move into third, and it's 6-1. Tiger Hunter pushed on but is moving in. Then we come back to Halo's Laddie, Stun Gun, and Eye on Dessert, and they're coming home now. Holding tight, kicks clear by 3. It's holding tight from Heavenly Gazebo, Tiger Hunter, Stun Gun to the inside. After that, we come way back to Eyes on Dessert, but this is all holding tight, holding on for victory. 6-5-4.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota. We're under mostly sunny skies. The main track is fast, and the turf if you'll open up your programs, we'll go over the changes on today's 8-race program. Race number 1, scratch the 9, Big Muckety, and the 10, Stability. Number 7 runs as a gelding. 9 and 10 are scratched from the also eligible list in race 1. Race 2, second half of the daily double. Jockey change on number 1. Make the rider Carlos Ulloa. Ulloa picks up the mount on number 1 in race 2. In our third race today, race number 3, scratch the 3, Sam Says. Race 3, take out 3. Race 4 starts our 50-cent pick 5. It's a 10% takeout, lowest in the industry. In race 4, take out 1 and 3. Scratch Sea Level, the 1, 3, It's Her Time in race 4. On to race number 5. We scratch number 5, Street Commander, and 8, Casey's Law. Race 5, scratch 5 and 8. Race number 6 is Free and Clear. No changes in race 6. Do note we'll be taking a break from the horse racing after races 3 and 6. Unicorns and Llamas after races 3 and 6. Next scratch to report comes in race number 7. Take out number 4. LI's Classy Dude. 1 will race as a gelding. Race 7, take out 4, 1, a gelding. And the final scratch of the day happens in race number 8. In race 8, take out the 5, Kapow. Race 8, take out 5. With that scratch, no superfecta wagering. Up next, we've got Jeff Madej and Angela Herman with everything that's happening important in your world here at Canterbury Park.
It is Sunday. Welcome to Family Day. Welcome to Unicorn and Llama Day. And welcome back, the master of the press box, Mr. Jeff Madej, fresh in from MSP, here to join us. You could not miss Unicorn and Llama Day, could you?
No, I had a later flight, and I changed it when I realized it was Unicorns and Llamas because there's nothing better. So after races 3 and 6, they'll come trotting out, and it's going to be all sorts of fun.
Right. We've got some heats coming after races 3 and 6. Like Kevin said, they're both going to be down there in the winner's circle. If you are here on site today, make sure you get a spot right on the rail. You won't see anything like it anywhere else. Not sure that unicorns and llamas are coming to anywhere in the area anytime soon with an event like this. So make sure you check it out before you head out to enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Now, coming up on July 15th, Hall of Fame Day is a showcase of some of the finest Minnesota breds on the grounds, and we have stakes races really going from the middle of the card all the way to the end, interdispersed with some different wagers. And we start with the Francis Genter in race number 4. Now, you had taken a look at these because, you're fresh in, and you were a little surprised at the size of the field, but there is going to probably be quite a heavy favorite in there, and she deserves to be in Cupid's Crush.
Right, Cupid's Crush is the star of this race, and it's interesting because they ran her last time out on the turf, right? They won a route of ground for the first time on the grass against Open Company, now back going short against mid-bred 3-year-old fillies. So yeah. I guess that makes sense, but they had the choice of running against older on the turf as well if they wanted to, but this is a spot where she should Cupid's Crush.
Right, exactly. It seems to fit her like a glass slipper. Now to the Strangest. That's the next race, 7.5 on the turf. This one is for older horses and horses who have seen quite a bit of each other over the past couple of years. But 7.5 on the turf isn't the specialty necessarily of some of the members in here. They're just very classy horses, and the likely favorite is going to be Stagecoach Boys, and why shouldn't it be off a nose to feet in the Brooks Fields?
Well, I would say Xavier Dave could go favorite, actually, and that's probably the horse that I would take in this race. It ran against One in Vermilion sprinting on the dirt. One in Vermilion last night, in a shocking result, was disqualified from victory in the Iowa Derby. And Xavier Dave gave One in Vermilion everything he wanted. So these are some very talented Minnesota breds. Also includes Hot Shot Kid,
right?
Just on the precipice of becoming the all-time leading Minnesota bred money earner in the history of racing.
Yeah, has been knocking on that door quite hard. Now we skip a race. We go to the 7th. That's the Minnesota Turf Distaff. You'll probably recognize a lot of these names, whether it be from the Lady Canterbury, further back the Princess Elaine. Lots and lots of history between some of these older fillies and mares. The Warriors, I guess she's my warrior, being one who's going to try the turf for the first time. And main track only Charlie's Penny will obviously go off as an enormous favorite if they come off the turf. But with her out of the mix, you have a bit of a burnt civil war on the inside, don't you?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Let's Skedaddle. I know Midnight Current was everything last year, but Let's Skedaddle can improve. And I think just got too far back, and the Lady Canterbury came charging. Little better trip here at this 7.5 furlong distance, which could be pesky. Let's Skedaddle, a player for Joel Burnt.
Midnight Current. Now, going to the last, the Vic Myers. This one is a matchup of the 3-year-olds again, and a little different, I would say, than the fillies part of it, because I think just about anybody could win this, and it's a heck of a way to end Hall of Fame night.
No, you're right, Bob. It's Bob's Business, who was so impressive winning the Northern Lights last year, really hasn't shown that same pizzazz in 2 starts so far this year. So It's Bob's Business could improve. Sir Sterling ran a big one last time out. Crocodile Hunter, a disappointing favorite last time, but against Minbreds here could certainly win. So this is not just the future stars, but the current stars as well. It's going to be a very, very fun evening of racing.
Right, a packed card for Hall of Fame Day. The Alt-Turf Pick 5 returns on Saturday. That's a 10% takeout wager incorporating races 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7. Get your handicapping started now. It starts with breakfast on the rail on Saturday. Hall of Fame Day is going to go on throughout the day. There's a lot going then, but there's a lot going now down in the paddock. The other 2/3 of the Steam team are down there ready to give you some winners on Family Day.
There you go. Thank you.
Happy Sunday. I'm Paul Allen. That's Kevin Gorg. That's Pete Mattson.
Wave to the camera, Pete.
One of our great owners here at Canterbury, and seems to be a weekly occurrence that Mr. Mattson will roll up in front of us and talk about everything with the exception of the horses he has in that day and whether they're going to win or lose. So we've learned about buyer speed figures. We've learned about calendars being set in November. But I know there's a Mattson later in the card I picked, and so best of luck to you, all right, Pete? And thanks for everything. I appreciate
Well, when you go to the Breeders' Cup, we're not going to make any imprint on those odds with that 106 buyer speed figure. Good Lord.
By the way, Kevin Gorg, Paul Allen, 2/3 of the STEAM team on behalf of Canterbury's TV department and our management team and those in the at CBY Track Flack Dark Star Press Box. Welcome to the racetrack today. Going to have a very nice crowd. We were packed last night, man. That was super energetic last night.
Yeah, it caught me off guard because I knew today was one of those days you circle on the calendar and kids get excited about it. They're doing the gritty down here. It's, unicorns and llamas, man. It's awesome. Yeah, he's not too good. But
kids are excited for the unicorns and llamas, so is at least one adult.
Yeah, the crowd was awesome last night, and the card pretty much lived up to the hype. We had big payoffs in the pick 4 and pick 5. Today's card, to me, looks a little more formful as we kind of handicap it, but it's going to be exciting. It's a fun atmosphere. We've got a big month of racing. I believe Extreme Day is next Sunday, and in a couple weeks after that, we've got the Corgis out here, so Sundays are going to be stacked.
Now, I did some extensive research this morning, so it begins with the negative and ends with the positive. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
You took the nose last night, and when we take the nose, which means 0 winners out of X
Well
amount.
documented, by the way, on Twitter.
Right, there you go. It's social media. It's there for the public. 8 races, 0 winners. We call it taking the nose. Now, in Kevin Gorg's 23 years at Canterbury touting horses, either in the paddock or with the power play tip sheet, the race day after, he has 0 winners.
Good
He
Lord.
averages 4.2 winners.
You've done some research here.
Canterbury's racing card, and the KG today we believe is going to stand for. It's going to stand for keep grabbing, as in grab all that money that Senor Spotty's picks are going to provide you today. 4.2 winners the day after a nose is pretty good.
Not bad, not bad. Highlighted by the low point of my career at Canterbury. It was a, 15, 16 years ago, back when we used to host the Claiming Crown. Yeah. Huge day, national spotlight on Canterbury. Came out on a Saturday and went 0 for 13.
Oh, hey.
It was awful.
Yeah. Next
day, of course, we had 20,000 fans that day. Next day, you could shoot a cannon through this building. I went 9 for 11. Yeah. So that's a part of the 4.2 you're talking about. So, yeah, yesterday was tough. Still made money. And that's the one thing I got to remind fans about. You don't have to directly pick winners to make money. This isn't 1985. We don't call this Canterbury Downs. The cool part of yesterday's card, it sucked on a win basis for my top picks, 0 for 8, but tab that pick 4 on a $24 ticket that paid $322.
Yeah.
And you saw me in the press box. One of my horses that was in my top 3, you had on top early in the card. I thought it'd be 3-4 to 1. I look up and Paul's at the betting machine, and the horse is 11 to 1. So I sprinted to the machine to bet that one. Your tout was spot on. We paid $25 to win. So the cool part of the game now is it's not just about picking winners. It's about finding a way to exotic hits. And pick 4s, pick 5s, and exactas are the way I like to attack it. We can see if we can do it again today.
You talk about that Claiming Crown day where you went 0 for 13 and over whatever betting. It causes me to hearken to a Breeders' Cup maybe 15 years ago where I made 17 bets. It's when it was one day.
Yep.
I made 17 bets, and I went 0 for 17. And the person, I was in Las Vegas, the person with whom I was playing, dear friend of mine, at the end of the final loss, the 17th loss, I think he said to me, have you ever considered car racing? Maybe handicapping that. I'm like, hey, has it really gotten that bad? Left turn for prize money?
Although let's be honest, the Breeders' Cup with the 14-horse fields and the jumbo-sized prices, you're not the first and you won't be the last to go for it. That card, it's fun, but it can get the best of you for sure.
All right, let's get the best of this one today. Welcome to Canterbury, fast and firm. The turf is firm, people. The turf is firm. Race number 1, beginning that post-time pick 4. 10% takeout means hundreds, sometimes thousands more come back to the betting public by making that organizational decision that we're only going to take 10% on this pick 4. It's only 50 cents, scratch 9 and 10. I go 138, 138. I know you like number 1, Crocodile Tears, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And, it's funny when you handicap these races 2, 3, 4 days out in advance, you got to take what they give you, right? Like if you're a public handicapper, we're all going to fall into Crocodile Tears here. But are we going to bet this horse at around even money? Absolutely not. The horse has lost at 9-2, 2-1, and 7-5. So is this the most likely winner in race 1? Sure, I'll give you that. But I circled a couple of horses that I wanted to see on the track that were lightly raced or first-time starters. One of those is the 7, who I think is super intriguing with those turf bloodlines. For a Barn and Mike Beeler that looks like they're getting hot right now, and I love the way Alonso Quinones is riding. So 7 might be a horse to key in on, and also the 3. Cody Rosine, another trainer that kind of flies under the radar, that does really good work with horses just like this. Second career start, Paul, is where horses can make a big jump in their form cycle. So I go 1, 7, and 3, and I'm going to give the 3 and the 7 both a long look.
Yeah, and I went 1, 3, 8. I think from a selection standpoint, Crocodile Tears is the right pick. But like Kevin said, with all due respect, the horse has been burning some money, losing as a favorite 2 or 3 times. There are several in here that intrigue me because we have first-time starters and they debut on the turf. Harleezy's one of them, puts the blinkers on and gets a gate work with the blinkers. That's very important to me. And another would be Jackson Action. I mean, it's infrequent. Kevin and I do not put a Joel Burnt first-time starter in the top 3. And this is a 4-year-old maiden, so it's taken quite some time to get to the racetrack. I just wonder what went into that. Then you got some firsters on the outside. So in the post-time pick 4, I go 138, 138. How many you need to use?
I'm going 1 and 7 and banking on either Crocodile Tears being legit this time or that 7 being something special. I really think that 7 could be a nice runner, so we'll find out how it plays out. But I only use 2 horses here.
Race number 2, number 1, Release the Beast, is ridden by Carlos Ulloa, no scratches. And I think a key here, KG, is handling the droppers because you have several horses in here who are making what we would call red flag drops, where like 3 weeks ago you could have purchased them for 12 grand and now you can get them for 4. So do they win by 5 or do they run last? It could be a scenario like that. How do you handle race 2?
Yeah, I'm with you. The droppers are the key to the whole race because they're going to look better on paper. They've been running against tougher competition. They've been running generally bigger buyer speed figures. I trust Nevada Liffin right now. I really like the way his barn is going, and this drop isn't too big a red flag for me. This is a horse that kind of, has been nibbling at the $10,000 level, but really hasn't been too competitive outside of one race. And this is kind of where the horse probably fits. So if the horse gets claimed, they're going to get the claim money, which is the $4,000. They're going to get 60% of the $10,000. They're going to get back the money they put into the horse. So I don't think it's too bad of a risk for them to do that. The horse that intrigues me as an upsetter is the 7, Last Martini. That Furry Cap came back to run another big race. Last Martini just ran right behind Furry Cap. Very interesting horse. The class dropper I'm trying to beat is the 5. Yep. It's the Ship and Dip. It's off since April. Yes, Silva's a phenomenal trainer, but I'm going to try to beat that one. So I go 2, 7, 6, 5.
Yeah, I picked it 6, 2, 5. I'll be pulling for Derby in this race. Derby Glass, one of our new riders, looking for that first victory. So push through on that class drop with that speed definitely is a factor in this race. But I'll take Feeding Frenzy, who likes this distance, handles the main track, comes from a good establishment. And when it comes to Minnesotans and open company at the $4,000 claiming level, I don't think it's a thing. So I'm going to go 6, 2, and 5. Race number 3, 3 of 8. After race 3, Unicorns and Llamas. Get down by the winner's circle, down by the finish line, and check it out there. It's after races 3 and 6. Back to the turf for race number 3. It's Firm. Scratch number 3, Sam Says. So a little speed out of the race here. Scatamaran and Wind River each make their turf debuts. Direct Action looks to win 2 in a row. And the morning line favorite, St. Charles with Harry, who finished second in the Iowa Derby last night with a Canterbury horse named One in Vermilion. Actually dead heated for the victory, got DQ'd to second, and what a thrilling race that was. So welcome back, Harry. Congratulations, Esteban Martinez, for the great work he's done with One in Vermilion. 2-4-1 for me.
No 8, huh?
No 8.
Wow. I think this scratch really helps Harry's mount here. I don't see a ton of need the lead types. St. Charles is that horse. I thought that the 3, Sam Says, could have posed a real problem to the 8. I absolutely fear the 2, Summer All Year, who I know you like. We did see Pete Matson earlier, had a big smile on his face. So I'm only going to use the 2 and the 8 in my post-time pick 4, and I have the race 8, 2, and 7.
Yeah, it's just briefly on this 2-4-1 for me. Not a cry in Summer All Year 1 and 2. In my opinion, they have to gun out of the gate. Because if they don't, then things get all jacked up trying to sweep around horses. And they both naturally have some speed. I mean, Not a Cry just went 22 and 45 and change. So I think they're going to be ridden for speed, and we'll see how that shakes out for St. Charles. But I like number 2, Summer All Year. I like those connections a lot. They've been clicking at a high percentage. Race number 4, turf race, beginning the pick 5 for 50 cents. Scratch numbers 1 and 3. Number 2, Gypsy Wife, looks to win 2 in a row. Bridge Mahan on the turf. We love that. I took Gypsy Wife first. Diplomatica, I took second, and Fall Moon third. 2-7-9 for me. What about you, Spot?
Love this race because I think every horse that hits the starting gate can win. It's a really fun race to handicap. I fall into Chica Boom here, who's going to be, I don't know, around 4-1. Luis Valenzuela should get a great trip. I don't love the fact that Quinones is off, but I do think with the speed of the 7 and the speed of the 2, that this horse might get the dream trip right in behind what could be a nice pace battle. I go 6, 2, and 7.
Help me with this real quick. Gypsy Wife and Diplomatica, all the way back to races in Phoenix. They got this nice little rivalry going. Gypsy Wife beat Diplomatica in April. Diplomatica beat Gypsy Wife in early May. Gypsy Wife won her last race, ridden by Harry. Harry jumps over to Diplomatica. I think that's very intriguing.
Yeah, and the world is on Diplomatica, by the way. We got our Tribune guy, our tip sheet guy, Angela, and Oracle, all on Diplomatica. You and I go in separate but different directions. So that tells you what a fun race this will be to handicap and watch.
And Chicka Boom, like you mentioned, after a $16,000 claim, has won 2 in a row. That horse is super sharp, and we're always happy when HOF Burnell Roan does well. So Chicka Boom 100% is on my pick 5. Race number 5, second level of that pick 5, and scratch numbers 5 and 8. 5 and 8 are out of the race. KG and I are hot for Hap Hot. Angela, other member of the Steam team, likes Happy Dancer. I picked that one second. I went 1-2-4.
Yeah, I fear the 2. No doubt about it. The 2 looks like a horse that's going to be charging late. Golden Bandit has proved to be one really key racehorse. Horses just keep coming out of that race and winning. But I just think Hap Hot is too fast. And if the track is kind to speed like I think it will be today, like it normally is when it's dry and fast, I think Hap Hot gets the jump on this field and says goodbye around the turn. Too much speed, Hap Hot all the way, 1, 2, and 7.
Yeah, and the thing for me with Hap Hot is I think the odds are going to be too low for me to make a win bet, but the horse never has been on the inside. So therefore, coming out of the gate, assuming things work well, this is going to be a new situation for this horse. So we'll see if he panics, puts the pedal to the metal, expends too much energy into the first turn, because if he does, then several can eventually pass and contest the win. But Hap Hot's a very nice horse. Race number 6, 2-year-olds. Here come the baby girls. And in this race, no scratches, no rider changes. And 4 are making their debuts in here, which means the other 3 have run before. At 5-2 on the morning line, Run with Pride is the morning line favorite. I'm on number 2, Saved by Grace. KG's on number 3, Foxy Elaine.
One start, but it wasn't much of a start. She ran last. She had no chance out of the gate. She got squeezed at the start. and the blinkers go on, maybe to help the focus, especially leaving the gate. I noticed that Miguel Angel Silva, 36%. Winners, first time out with the blinkers. ROI of $8.21. You got me. I'm hooked. I like the 3 here. I have to use at least 4 horses on my pick 5. I go 3, 7, 2, and 1.
That Silva we tagged last night at 11 to 1. The reason I picked it pretty much is the way you laid it out. Is the jockey trainer number was really good. Yep. The trainer scenario bottom left was really good.
Had trouble in its most recent start.
Had trouble and might have added blinkers too. So I mean the whole thing just kind of adds up.
Came together.
Yep, very adroit there with Foxy Elaine, who I am using in my pick 5. But for me, the selection here is number 2, Saved by Grace. The time of the works, it doesn't really matter to me. We've said this before in Canterbury College, time only matters in prison. When it comes to horses, creatures of habit, it's the pattern, the routine. So I look at Saved by Grace, and she specifically for 2-year-olds. She works June 4th, comes back 7 days later, then comes back 8 days later, then comes back 8 days later, and now runs on the 9th. I love that pattern. I like the breeding. The connection between Shearer and Lindy is good. Who dat? So I'm going to take that one on top. Second, I take number 6, Twas. Vic Hansen is one of the better trainers of 2-year-olds that we've had at this racetrack in a long time. Now, I mean, it may not necessarily be the case immediately or in the recent past, but if Vic pops with a 2-year-old at 10 to 1 and the horse can really run, I'm not going to be surprised. So I think this race is a little wide open. I took that one second. Run with Pride third. Already has shown the ability to have a little bit of speed, if that's what you want to call it, but I like that outside post in this spot. 2, 6, 7 for me. Race number 7, Maidens head to the turf for the final turf race this week. And scratch number 4, Lil's Classy Dude. I like number 2, Back to Selling with L. Dub riding for Joel Burnt. But the thumbs up, gang, that's where Kevin's pen fell. Mr. Insensitive.
I was really torn between the inside 2 horses. Back to Selling, to me, at some point it's going to break through. It's just, again, too many losses at low odds for me, and I'm going to try to beat them. First time gelding, inside, should get a good trip from right off the speed. I think it's one of the inside 2. Those are the only 2 horses for me on my pick 5. I go 1, 2, and 7.
Yeah, I'm going to take Back to Selling, and there definitely was some money burning related scenarios last year, losing at 4 to 5, lost at 3 to 1, lost at 9 to 2, lost at 5 to 2. But then we go August to April not running, came back, lost again at 9 to 2, really jumped up last time on the turf. And the horse has run on the turf before and has picked up a good check every single time the horse has run on the turf. Now getting over the hump, that's a different story. That's been a problem for this gelding, but I'm still going to take him. I'm going to go 2, 6, 5. We close the week with race 8, scratch number 5, Kapow. No superfecta wagering in race number 8. Number 2, Red Sense, looks good enough to eat, at least from a handicapping standpoint. When it comes to win wagering, feels like even money to me, maybe lower. I don't know, 6 to 5, 2, 6, 1. What do you think?
Yeah, I just, you know what, the 1 is intriguing because it's a Minnesota bred that ran decently against Open Company at Lone Star in Texas, so definitely respect the 1. We'll use the 1 in self-defense, but man, Red Sense looks really good. Maiden special down to maiden 75. Flashed a little speed last time. The fractions were absolutely legit. I think the 2 should get the lead. I think the 2 should crush, but the drop is the cause for pause. You know, Joel Byrne doesn't give horses away, so this is a pretty significant drop in class, so you at least have a touch of trepidation on your way to the window. I go 2, 1, and 6.
Hey, next week we head into our 4-day-a-week swing. Wednesday and Thursday. Thursdays are back in the mix at 5 o'clock, and Saturday at 5, and Sundays at 1. And we thank you very much for joining us today. Unicorn and Llama Racing following the 3rd and the 6th. For Kevin Gorg, I'm Paul Allen. Welcome to the racetrack, and good luck.
welcome to Unicorn and Llama Day. The first race is 7 minutes away. Your 4 to 5 favorite is currently Crocodile Tears. Scratch the 9 and scratch the 10 out of our first. Thank you for joining us for Llama and Unicorn racing today. Those are coming up after races 3 and 6. We also have our family day activities going on, including pony rides, face paint, and kids crafts. And remember, stick around until the end. The kids get to race the track after we're finished with the thoroughbreds today. And we've got a lot more coming up for the adults too, including Breakfast on the Rail on July 15th, Taste of Canterbury events still to come, including whiskey and wings and more, and concerts at the park. Killer Queen, Get the Lead Out, Smash Mouth, Randy Houser, and more, all coming up in our Canterbury Concerts at the Park lineup. We're now 6 minutes away from the first. Good luck on Sunday.
Okay, Canterbury faithful, as you get settled in for this lovely Sunday of racing, let's start with the post-time pick 4. It's a 50-cent bet. Each horse you use, the price of the ticket goes up sequentially. It's an $18 investment on my ticket here today. We caught the nice post-time pick 4 yesterday. We'll try to do it again today. I thought about singling Crocodile Tears to the inside, who is on screen right now. Looked awesome in the paddock and looks really good warming up. He has been right there. But he's lost at low odds in all 3 of his starts, so I couldn't trust him all by himself. I had to throw the 7 in, who I think is an intriguing first-time starter for Mike Beeler. But just those 2 are going to have to carry the mail here in leg 1. Second race of the day, I'm going to use 2, 6, and 7. I think both the 6 and 7 might offer some serious betting value. Both have a legitimate chance for victory. In the third race, 2 and 8. I think 8's going to be tough to beat in the front end. And then if we're alive, a really fun race in race 4 that kind of links the pick 4 to the pick 5. I'll use 2, 6, and 7. You can go much deeper there if you want. That looks like a real good race. So, $18 investment, 1-7 with 2-6-7 with 2-8 with 2-6-7. It's the post-time pick 4. Pays hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars. Fans, you can't win it if you don't get in it. The post-time pick 4 and Sunday racing all start in just 3 minutes. Good luck and enjoy.
The horses are approaching the starting gate. It is Pepsi Family Day, presented by Pepsi and Quick Trip. The Llamas and Unicorns race after the 3rd and 6th. And we thank some season-long partners, including Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, Michelob Ultra, and Jim Beam. Our featured groups today at Canterbury include Krager's Crew with Sunday Fun Day and the Melissa Ike Party. Race number 1, provided by Loeffler and Quick Trip. You can sign up for a chance to win free fuel for a year or a $100 gift card today at Canterbury. If you are not a Quick Rewards member, they will sign you up today at the Quick Trip table by the grandstand entrance. Welcome to Canterbury Park. We're fast and firm, and the first is about a minute from now. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for Pepsi Family Day at Canterbury Park. We begin the day wishing a very special happy birthday to Dr. Jana Ruther. Happy birthday, Doc Ruther. And enjoy your stay. That's number 2, Cowboy Jack. Now number 1 is rearing as Murray tried to remount Cowboy Jack. Crocodile Tears causing a bit of a fuss. And now Murray has departed from the turf course underneath the rail. So we have some consternation. Stand by. So this firster, Cowboy Jack, no worse for the wear. Likewise for the rider, Erica Murray. She has remounted the Ohio bred. Goes back in. Race 1, take 2. And they're racing, except for Pride of Argyle, who forgot to start and is way back in last. Meanwhile, the others kick on with Victory for the Posse, being a fast first-time starter, but Crocodile Tears revs up to the inside, and Crocodile Tears takes a narrow lead. After that, Positive Petey, 5 lengths from the fast early pace, racing very wide. Then we come to Jackson Action beginning to run on from 8 out of it, as Crocodile Tears boots clear by 3. Cowboy Jack a mile out of it, field incredibly well strung. Palace Attained is completely gone pear-shaped around the turn, and Pride of Argyle put that one in last. Into the final football field, Crocodile Tears, the 2-5 favorite, the 1 to catch and the 1 to beat. Jackson Action is running on very fast late. Is it going to be too late? The answer probably is yes. Crocodile Tears, now Jackson Action to the inside. But he suffers Crocodile Tears because the 1 was number 1. Number 1, Crocodile Tears, first, 1-4-3-6 in the first. And the first on Family Day is official. Race number 2 to a fast main track. Number 1, Release the Beast. It's picked up by Carlos Ulloa. Post time for the second, about 25 minutes from now. Race number 2, courtesy of Appalatos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park. Thank you, Appalatos. And we also have Taste of Canterbury on the horizon. Whiskey and Wings is what it's called. Taste of Canterbury Whiskey and Wings, Saturday, August 5th. They've been very popular through the first 2. So give it a look at canterburypark.com/events. And our first winner, gaining the elite edge on the turf with race number 1, is Crocodile Tears and Carlo Lopez. The winning owners, Pink Cloud Racing, and the winning trainer, Wade Rarick. And they're racing, except for Pride of Argyle, who forgot to start and is way back in last. Meanwhile, the others kick on with Victory for the Posse, being a fast first-time starter, but Crocodile Tears revs up to the inside, and Crocodile Tears takes a narrow lead. After that, Positive Petey, 5 lengths from the fast early pace, racing very wide. Then we come to Jackson Action beginning to run on from 8 out of it, as Crocodile Tears boots clear by 3. Cowboy Jack a mile out of it. Field incredibly well strung. Palace Attained is completely gone pear-shaped around the turn, and Pride of Argyle put that one in last. Into the final football field, Crocodile Tears, the 2 to 5 favorite, the 1 to catch and the 1 to beat. Jackson Action is running on very fast late. Is it going to be too late? The answer probably is yes. Crocodile Tears, now Jackson Action to the inside, but he suffers Crocodile Tears because the 1 was number 1.
No, it's not me. Ange first.
Sunny day out here, and we remind you that the crowd is growing. So if you want to go to these food trucks, if you want to get a spot out on the apron, if you want to get something to eat in the building, or if you want to bet, get in line early. It's going to only get busier. We got llamas, we got unicorns, we got a whole bunch still coming up. We're only on race number 2. Enjoy your day.
No kidding. Yeah, he told me.
Coming from Kevin Gord.
Thank you, Angela. Yeah, we're out here in the paddock, and folks, this is one of those days where, yes, it's exciting. It's beautiful weather. It's summer in Minnesota, but if you see the food and beverage lines, be nice to your fellow patrons. It's going to take a little patience. We got little ones here. They want the food. They want the ice cream. They want it now. It's like the meatloaf, Ma. We want it now. But it's going to take a little longer than normal. If you're having lines to bet in that are causing aggravation, I've got a solution for you. It's called the First Bet app. We live in an era now where apps are a thing. I'm catching up at age 56, but I'm there now. Download that app. You can put your money in. You can make your bets all day with no lines, and then you can take your money out when you win. And that's the plan here today, is to win. Big crowd, unicorns and llamas after race 3, unicorns and llamas after race 6. It's going to be a great day, but the crowd continues to swell. We want this at Canterbury. We embrace this at Canterbury, and we hope that you have a great time doing it. Just know that some of the lines are going to be a little long today, and we'll just work our way through it together. Race 2 is a 1-mile event. These are claimers at the $4,000 tag. The People's Choice Stampede's home in race number 1. Good ride by Carlo Lopez. That inside post, when you have speed, never very easy, and he navigated that with a plum, as they like to say. Put Carlos Ulloa on the 1 horse here. That is Release the Beast. The Beast has 7 career wins from 50 career starts. That's the good news. The bad news is he's never won on our surface at Canterbury. He's 0 for 8, so he's got some hurdles to overcome there. Comes out of the saddling enclosure looking pretty good, and we'll see if he can reverse the form. It's Release the Beast. My top pick in the race is number 2. It's Eisenstadt. For Nevada Litfin, who's having a brilliant season training. One of his go-to riders is Lindy Wade, and I love the way Lindy's riding. He is coming back in great form here to Canterbury. Last time out against significantly better competition, Wade guided this horse to a nice second-place finish. So we trust Nevada. The horse looks good. Big old white shadow roll on that snout. And I think this horse gets a great trip from down near the rail at 2-1. Don't mind the price on the class drop. I think this horse has an edge here, and I think the 2 horse gets us the money. Number 3 is Mishko Barejas, gets the call for Miguel Angel Silva. Didn't love the mud last time. Ran okay, ran 3rd, was beaten 14 lengths. I think the move back to a fast track, big behemoth-looking horse down here on the muscle is that 3. Number 4 is Chest Candy, Harry Hernandez for Chip Woolley. Nice job by Harry Hernandez. He shipped down to Prairie Meadows last night and eventually ran in a dead heat, which turned into a second-place finish in the Iowa Derby. Chest Candy here likely going to be rolling from off the pace. Harry, such a good jockey, last year's champion rider, sits on the board at 5-1. Number 5 is Push Through, Derby Glass. Uh-oh, here's Derby. She rides for the Red Hot Silva gang. Jeff Madej calls this the ship and dip. They come in from Turf Paradise. They take a giant drop in class. Push Through has raced against much, much tougher competition. I think Derby has a horse here that could be live, sitting just off the pace. Number 6 is a Minnesota bred facing Open Company. His name is Feeding Frenzy. Joel Burnt, co-champion trainer here at the park last year, is the conditioner. Jermaine Bridgemahan is the pilot. 2 handicapping angles, turf to dirt, drop in class. Again, a lot of horses on a class drop here. The 6 makes a very, very nice impression in the paddock. Healthy looking coat, very calm looking horse on the muscle is Feeding Frenzy. I'm a little surprised by that 6-1 number. This is Paul Allen's tout, and Paul was red hot last night. Number 7 is Last Martini. Erica Murray gets the call for Cody Rosine. Erica took a hit in race 1. She got right back up and rode. She is tough as nails, and she's got a live one here. I think this horse looms the biggest danger to the favorite, and the fans agree. 5-2 on the good-looking Last Martini. Don't forget about that First Bet app. It is the preferred app of all of us in the press box. Easy to put money in, even easier to take money out after you cash those tickets. Big lines, big fun today. Happy birthday to my friend Cole. Cole turns 4 today. His family put their group on track. Happy birthday, Cole. Claimers, 1 mile, race 2. Claimers coming up, Claimers coming at you next.
Lynn Dykerd's call to the post brings them onto the track for the second. Carlos Ulloa picks up number 1, Release the Beast.
Welcome down to the winner's circle. We hope you're enjoying your family day Sunday. Llamas and unicorns are coming up after the third, but before we get to the second, we're going to play a game of Framed around unicorns. I've got my friend Tyler here with me, and he's watched a lot of movies, so we thought he would be a good fit for this. You've got to find what movie this unicorn is from. We're going to put him up on the screen. If you can tell me what movie he's from, you're going to win an ice cream card and some passes to come back. Ready? All right, let's take a look at the board and we'll see what we've got. Okay, take a look up there and tell me what movie that is from. Do you know what movie it is?
Toy Story.
Is it Toy Story? All right, it's Toy Story. Nice job. You're going to get some ice cream and some admission passes. Good job. And I hear you have a brother with a llama coming up, right?
Yes.
And do you know what llama it is?
Camellia.
Okay. What's that?
That's the real name, but not the racing name.
Got it. Well, we will root for that llama. We will root for you, and good job. You know your movies. Give him a round of applause. That was excellent work on picking out that movie. Well done.
And they've reached the gate. It is now post time for the second of 8 at Canterbury Park on a beautiful Sunday with a very nice crowd here. To amplify what Kevin Gorg was sharing in the paddock, be patient with your fellow patrons today. Make your wagers on all Canterbury races as early as possible. Eisenstadt 2-1. One out. Last martini, last in. They all set. And away they go. Release the beast. The spry 10-year-old at 20-1 pops the gate sweetly, but Eisenstadt on the class drop. The 8-year-old is also very spry and gallops to the lead. Right behind them is Mishko, that 8-year-old 4 lengths out of it, overtaken by Push Through. And as they go around the turn, Eisenstadt kicks clear by 4. Feeding Frenzy, the Minnesotan, 8 lengths from the lead to the inside of fellow Minnesotan Last Martini, and the one in last is Chest Candy up the barn side in race number 2. And number 2, Eisenstadt, looking to end up number 1. Lindy Wade slows down. Eisenstadt on the lead, gets into a nice fluid stride with about a half mile to go and leads it by 2.5. Push Through lay second, 1.5 to the good of Mishko. That one's looking for his first win in a couple of years. He's being pushed on hard. Chest Candy revs up to the inside out of last, and Last Martini is making a wide move, 7 lengths behind Eisenstadt. Then it's Release the Beast, and Feeding Frenzy is tailed off. Around about the quarter pole, Eisenstadt at 3-2 shows the way, and Eisenstadt is out for a Sunday cruise with a 7-length lead. Chest Candy and Harry come flashing out of the crowd to the inside. Last Martini to the outside. Then it's Release the Beast into the final furlong, and Eisenstadt still has a massive lead. In fact, it's insurmountable, and Eisenstadt and Lindy Wade have dominated. Last Martini gets second, and Mishko ran third. Claim Za. Za. Number 2, Eisenstadt in 138.90 first. Photo for the rest. Couple of claims in race 2, stand by. The numbers 2, 7, 3, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the runner-up Last Martini claimed for $6,250 by Benny Woolley Jr. He's the owner-trainer. And number 5, Push Through, claimed for $4,000. Juan Quintana Gutierrez, the new owner-trainer. Couple of claims in race 2. Last Martinez, make that Last Martini, Woolley Jr., and Push Through, Quintana Gutierrez. The second race is official. Exacta $6.20, 10-cent superfecta $94, favorite on top. Trifecta $15.35. Those of you new to Canterbury, the 10-cent superfecta entails selecting the top 4 finishers in a given race. And for a dime with the favorite winning and the second choice finishing second. Abnormal payoff here, $94 and a nickel for a dime. Race number 3 is next. Firm turf course, scratch 3, Sam says. We thank Ashley Home Store for 2023 sponsorship. And by the way, there's an Ashley Furniture booth by the grandstand entrance today, and you can enter for an opportunity to win a Sealy pillow. Thank you, Ashley Furniture, and find that booth by the grandstand entrance. Into the winner's circle, Eisenstadt and Canterbury Park Salt of the Earth, jockey Lindy Wade. Eisenstadt is owned by Charles Jennings, the winning trainer, Nevada Litfin. Race 2 winner in the winner's circle, behold, Eisenstadt. Away they go. Release the beast. The spry 10-year-old at 20-1 pops the gate sweetly, but Eisenstadt on the class drop. The 8-year-old is also very spry and gallops to the lead. Right behind them is Mishko, that 8-year-old 4 lengths out of it, overtaken by Push Through. And as they go around the turn, Eisenstadt kicks clear by 4. Feeding Frenzy, the Minnesotan, 8 lengths from the lead to the inside of fellow Minnesotan Last Martini, and the one in last is Chest Candy up the barn side in race number 2. And number 2, Eisenstadt, looking to end up number 1. Lindy Wade slows down. Eisenstadt on the lead, gets into a nice fluid stride with about a half mile to go and leads it by 2.5. Push Through lay second, 1.5 to the good of Mishko. That one's looking for his first win in a couple of years. He's being pushed on hard. Chest Candy revs up to the inside out of last, and Last Martini is making a wide move, 7 lengths behind Eisenstadt. Then it's Release the Beast, and Feeding Frenzy is tailed off around about the quarter pole. Eisenstadt at 3-2 shows the way, and Eisenstadt is out for a Sunday cruise with a 7-length lead. Chest Candy and Harry come flashing out of the crowd to the inside. Last Martini to the outside. Then it's Release the Beast into the final furlong, and Eisenstadt still has a massive lead. In fact, it's insurmountable, and Eisenstadt and Lindy Wade have dominated. Last Martini gets second, and Mishko ran third.
Very, very impressive effort by Eisenstadt completes the early double. Now, race number 3 is coming up for the thoroughbreds, but after this horse race, remember, head on out to the apron, get close to the outside rail, because the first of our 2 Llama and Unicorn events is going to happen. That is after this 3rd race. Scratch the 3, Sam says. Let's go to the turf for the 3rd, shall we? They go 5 furlongs in here, and not a cry. We'll start from the rail. This is a 12-1 shot at the moment. He tried to get on the turf last time around, but Rain had other plans. June 10th ran second behind St. Charles. He was second most of the way around there, but Not a Cry ran very well in defeat. Being a son of Orb, you would think that he would handle an off-track just fine, but his only career win was on the turf. He is very apt at this sort of thing, and the price is great at 12-1. Not sure I would expect that to stick, but this horse fits just as well as anybody doing what they're doing today. Summer All Year has not tried going 5 furlongs on the turf. He has on the dirt, though, and he did show good speed when he was a juvenile. Summer All Year hasn't been able to carry that speed quite as far this year, but nearly got the job done at the end of May 2 back. He made a mid-race move to get over. The pace is a little bit slow. He fell back at the end of things, but he was only beaten half a length by Sarge's Sermon. Now, the horse didn't flatter him too much yesterday, but 5-2 is still a pretty realistic number for a horse that can bring some speed to the table and drew very well. 11 minutes to post now, and we scratched the 3 out of here. 8-1 is the price on Scatamaran. That was his morning line, and Scatamaran is going to get over to the turf. He, like the rail horse, comes out of the race won by St. Charles, which was carded for the turf, but had to move over to the main track. This one hasn't done so well in a wet track in the past, but showed a little bit more speed towards the end of last year. That was in the maiden ranks, and we haven't seen that Scatamaran come back as a 3-year-old. Maybe he'll do it when he goes over to the turf. You get 8-1 if you want to take the gamble, but Scatamaran just has looked like a totally different horse to me. We'll see if he can turn things around on the surface switch. Scary at Canterbury is going to try that too. He's dipped his toes into turf in the past. The last 2 times were down at Remington Park, though. He's only tried this turf once, and Scary at Canterbury, kind of like Scatamaran, just hasn't looked quite the same this year as when we've seen him in the past. Now, Scary at Canterbury does also have a stablemate in here, Direct Action, that would benefit from some sort of speed duel up front. That very well could happen with him in the mix. Wind River next door should add to things as too. And this is the common theme. This was the beaten favorite in the St. Charles race, though. And Wind River is 7-1 at the moment, as is Direct Action to his outside. That's one of the better values on the board. And Direct Action, even though he's tried the turf a few times, has run sneaky good over it, especially that first race that he put in when he went out to engage Bubba Bob. This is a different horse now. He's a better horse now, and Direct Action provides a good value at 7-1. Your favorites on the outside right now, 6-5 is the price to be exact on St. Charles. St. Charles was very impressive in victory in that June 10th race. I've talked a lot about it. He came back in a state bred allowance, didn't work out. That's okay. He didn't get a clear lead that day. He might be able to do that today from the outside, and that's why he is your heavy favorite. This is the third of our several races to go, including those Llamas and Unicorns. Remember, they're coming up after this one, and they'll go off in about 10. Your wagering options in the third are pick threes, doubles, exactas tries, and supers. Now 9 minutes to post, but before we get to the third, before we get to the Llamas, before we get to the Unicorns, the power play is next.
And they're walking onto the track and to the turf course for race number 3, scratch number 3, Sam Says. Unicorn and Llama Racing follows race number 3 about 15 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, on the big screen in the infield, those are today's Culver's Canterbury Kids. Congratulations, boys and girls. You win kids' meals from Culver's across the street. And thank you, Culver's.
Welcome up to the press box, fans. It is time for our power play of the day. It happens today in race number 5. We're going to the inside horse here, Hap Hot. Let's take a look at the past performances, see what we can glean from these. First thing I notice is his last race was June 10th on a muddy track. It was off a layoff. Hadn't raced in September. This is a Minnesota bred, so second time off the layoff, should be more fit. And we've got great numbers down here in the green for the barn. ROI of near $4 for every dollar bet on Tony Rengsdorf. Second time back off the layoff. You see brilliant speed, too. This horse flashed speed right out of the gate. And first time off the layoff, horses figure to get tired, and he does. But I love the way he outbreaks the field, because today from that inside post, there is no room for error. If he breaks slow, he will not win. He has to break sharp like he did last time, get the lead, use his speed to discourage the other horses in the race, and then unlike last time, this time finish the race, because last time I think the layoff might have caught up with him. You see him here in the stretch. He had gone super fast on this heavy, muddy track. He got a little fatigued here in the final football field, shortened strides just a little bit. Still ran a really good race. I mean, this is 45-1 to the half for Minnesota breds. Plenty good enough, and you can see he hangs on there to get a good placing. Today, I think he takes him all the way. Race 5, number 1, Hap Hot.
Thank you.
3 minutes to the Curly Harris Classic.
2 minutes.
Don't get shut out.
One minute.
Don't get shut out. Almost there.
Bet more, win more.
Yeah.
It's race time.
Good luck. Into the gate for race 3. Then the llamas and the unicorns adorn the dirt track at Canterbury Park. Not a Cry goes in. Summer All Year, 3-1. St. Charles, 6-5 and favored. Direct Action next in line, followed by Jordan Struck, Grant Ridpath, and St. Charles last in line. Here they come. And they're racing. Rough beginning for Scary at Canterbury. Swift beginning for the favored St. Charles. And St. Charles with a killer crossover gets down near the inside with a 2-length lead. Not a Cry also is blazing. So is Scatamaran. And right behind them is Direct Action. About a length behind that, Summer All Year, who just had to check. And Summer All Year is overtaken by Scary at Canterbury and Wind River. Speaking of the wind, they're chasing the wind in the shape of St. Charles, and St. Charles leads it by 3. Not a Cry still in second. Outside of that, Scatamaran, and on the far outside is Direct Action. St. Charles, the one to catch and the one to beat inside the final football field. St. Charles scoring all the touchdowns and dominating. Number 8, St. Charles ran first. It is 8-7-1-6. Results are unofficial. Race number 3 is official. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the victorious St. Charles and Harry Hernandez. The winning owners, Cheryl Sprick and Richard Bramer, and the winning trainer, Chris Richard. Here is the speedy St. Charles. Here they come, and they're racing. Rough beginning for Scary at Canterbury. Swift beginning for the favored St. Charles. And St. Charles with a killer crossover gets down near the inside with a 2-length lead. Not a Cry also is blazing, so is Scatamaran, and right behind them is Direct Action. About a length behind that, Summer All Year, who just had to check, and Summer All Year is overtaken by Scary at Canterbury and Wind River. Speaking of the wind, they're chasing the wind in the shape of St. Charles, and St. Charles leads it by 3. Not a Cry still in second. Outside of that, Scatamaran, and on the far outside is Direct Action. St. Charles, the one to catch and the one to beat. Inside the final football field, St. Charles scoring all the touchdowns and dominating. Onto the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen. Behold the Llamas. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the lineup for heat number 1 of the llama races. Now, this is a non-parimutuel wagering event. However, side bets are strongly encouraged. And let's meet the lineup. Number 1 is Llama Swift. And number 2, Llama McQueen. This furry monster walking to the middle of the track is known as Fleece Navidad. Hey, we still got to run races on that track. Well, we know which one's going to be lightest. And number 4, Llama Luigi. Llama Luigi. And this slender, athletic-looking specimen is number 5. It's Ronald McLama. Pick your favorite llama, make a little baby side bet on the grandstand apron, and they're going to fly down to the finish line. All these llamas must have missed the llama bathroom right next to the playground. Yeah, Ronald McLama, we'll wait for you. Yes, Ronald McLama and that weird stance is complete. Well, maybe not. All righty. All right, Ronald McLama has taken care of business, so to speak. So they're going to line up. They're going to follow their feed buckets down to the finish line. Llama Swift, Llama McQueen, Feliz Navidad, Llama Luigi, and Ronald McLama. They about set to go. All right, Canterbury, get ready. Make a little noise for this llama race, please. Ready, go! Here come the fluffy llamas surging down the track. Llama Luigi, the big black llama, is striding out kind of beautifully, and followed by Llama Swift. Definitely not as popular as that Taylor Swift scenario we had at US Bank Stadium recently. And the other llamas perhaps think they're alpacas, and they're not exactly running to the finish line. So this race is wide open, and now Llama Swift is running the wrong way. Meanwhile, Llama Luigi is about to be passed, but no, Llama Swift is circumnavigating the racetrack. Nobody's paying attention to their food after every llama went to the bathroom, and now Ronald McLama's looking to jump into the grandstand and is heading the wrong way, followed by Llama Swift. Meanwhile, that 4 llama, I guess, has the race to win or lose, has absolutely come to a stop. Just out here for a Sunday stroll is Llama Luigi. Meanwhile, number 1, Llama Swift, is heading for the barns, thinking he or she's a thoroughbred. The others are off to the side, wondering when they get fed. And now, number 4 is to the 5. Number 4 is to the goal stripe and refuses to go into the end zone. Are you kidding me? Well, Llama McQueen now is in the race. Meanwhile, the 4 just waiting around. Here comes the 2. Llama Luigi will not move. And now they're all coming for this one. Here it is, 10-5, touchdown! Oh! McQueen. Boy, look at this one just showing off. Holy cow. All righty. Well, that was a hoot. We got a Caribou coffee truck over here. Perhaps the next llama race, we caffeinate all of them. Perhaps. All right, here come the llamas into the winner's enclosure. If you want some photo opportunities, be a good opportunity coming up here pretty soon. And then the mystifying unicorns. That was a lot of llama drama. Behold, the llamas are in the winner's enclosure for photo opportunities, including Llama McQueen, the llama champion of the world. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the llama drama is in the rearview mirror for now. Behold the mystifying unicorns, boys and girls. Here are the unicorns. First unicorn heat. Llamas and unicorns also after race 6. Here's number 1, beautifully adorned. This is Applejack. And number 2, this is Glitter Hooves. Glitter Hooves. Number 3 for the first unicorn race is Captain Americorn. Next, number 4. Hey, this is Unibrow. All in the Unibrow covenant, unite. And number 5, rounding out the quintet for the first unicorn race, here comes Cocoa Puffs. And those are the unicorns. All right, the hope is they run down to the finish line. Like the llama race, non-parimutuel wagering. Get those side bets in now with friends and family members. Pick your favorite unicorn, your favorite name, your favorite number, and smash away on the grandstand apron. Go! Here come the unicorns and glitter hooves. Got a couple of heels and is responding beautifully. But Applejack means business on the inside. But look at the stride on glitter hooves. But Applejack fights back gamely and is the Applejack of our eyes. Applejack is the unicorn champion of the world at Canterbury Park. A round of applause for everybody bringing out these unicorns and these llamas, ladies and gentlemen, providing this fun for the children on a Sunday at CBY. Ladies and gentlemen, now entering the winner's enclosure, the first heat unicorn champion. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Applejack. How about a round of applause? And ladies and gentlemen, the winning rider, a round of applause for Braley. Hey, Braley. Race number 4, final leg of that post-time pick 4. And the first leg of the 50-cent pick 5. About 17 minutes from now, Paddock commentary coming up shortly. Bet more, win more, and welcome to Canterbury Park.
That's just round one of the Llamas and Unicorns. Hope you guys enjoyed them, but stay tuned. There's more of that coming up after race number 6. For now, we'll close out the post time pick 4. We'll start the pick 5, and that's all here in the 4th. The 4th is on the turf. We have a couple of main track only scratches in here. Take out the 1, if you would please, Sea Level, and the 3, It's Her Time. So we'll start with the 2 horse who has inherited the rail, and she's your current 5-2 second choice. Co-second choice, that's Gypsy Wife, and she is very familiar with the favorite Diplomatica. These two butted heads quite a few times down at Turf Paradise, and they brought their rivalry north. Gypsy Wife won very impressively wire to wire last time around. Usually she's a little bit further off the pace though. This filly also doesn't do herself favors at the start too. Sometimes she's a bit slow to go. Wasn't the case last time, and Jermaine Bridgman is going to take over the riding duties for Kevin Eccleberry. She's won 6 races, half of them have been on the turf, and she doesn't seem to need to take any kind of course or style with her. This is a very appealing option of 3-1 now with Gypsy Wife. Desert Glow got pretty excited when she came out here in the paddock, spun a few circles before she went and got a saddle on for Tony Rengstorff. She loves this turf. She's 2 for 7 over it, but some good performances at good prices, even if she didn't win. Right now she is 5-1, and Desert Glow gives Lindy Wade an option as to what he wants to do. If he wants to go out and call the shots on the front end, she's got the speed to do that, but she can lay just off it too. He was aboard her for that win last time around. It was a very brave win over Morg's World, and Morg's World is well backed in that spot. Desert Glow just always shows up. Right now she's 5-1, and she's half the price, or a little over half the price of Latin Nikita. This has been a good performer over our turf in the past. Lately she hasn't put in those same kinds of performances, but she usually manages to get herself into the race. Last time she was 3rd behind Gypsy Wife. Gypsy Wife did outrun her every step of the way though. Not a glowing endorsement, but you will get a price here. You get 11-1 on Latin Nikita, and she is another runner that's shown versatility in the past. 5-2 is the price on Chickaboom. She looks to put wins back to back to back, and she brought her form north and pretty much duplicated that last race at Tampa. That was her first for Brunel Roan. She was very impressive in victory last time, but Alonso Quinones was aboard on her for both of them. Now Valenzuela is going to be on her. He's on the outside horse, but you do get 5-2, and Chickaboom was a little bit higher than that in her last 2. Diplomatica has had a very good year, hasn't she? 4 for 8 to be exacted, and has not missed the board in any of those 8 starts. Diplomatica is usually pretty close to the pace. She can sit just off a runner though, and Harry Hernandez lands to the outside if that's what he wants to do. He knows Diplomatica quite well. He knows some of her competition quite well, but this is where he lands, and so will I at 2-1. Founder's Day just to the outside, drops out of Stakes Company. She was in the Lady Canterbury last time around. She was 7th in the Lady Canterbury though, and she didn't do much running that day. It's okay, that was a rather rough introduction to Canterbury racing, a very classy bunch there. You get 10-1 on her, you get 12-1 on Fall Moon. That's the one that Alonso Quinones is going to ride. They're regular partners. She was 4th last time in the Gypsy Wife race, but Fall Moon will be coming at the end no matter what. The faster the better on the front end for her. We're now 5 minutes away from the 4th. Remember, this starts the pick 5, it ends the post time pick 4, and Kevin is going to take you on a guided tour through that sequence in the next couple of minutes. They're headed out to the track now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park's bugler, Mr. Tommy Dorsey. Canterbury Park bugler, Mr. Tommy Dorsey, signing albums on the grandstand apron, featuring some of his biggest hits, I'll Never Smile Again and Song of India. Thank you, Tommy. Meanwhile, the equine athletes are heading to a firm turf course to begin the 10% takeout pick 5. Scratch numbers 1 and 3. 1 and 3 out of race number 4, which is provided by Maker's Mark and Jim Beam Bourbon.
Okay, race fans, it's time for the 10% takeout pick 5. Another great value in the game. And it has been chalky early, but I think there's some potential for upsets late, especially here in the middle portion of the card. In this leg, I'm using 2, 6, and 7. I could add 4 and 5 as well. Both 4 and 5 to me look like live long shots, but I'm going to stick with 2, 6, and 7. 7's the horse to beat, no doubt, but I like the 6 on top. Chica Boom. In race 5, I'm going to use the inside 2 markers, Happy Dancer and Hap Hot, the power play. Race 6, hey, these are 2-year-olds. It looks like a complete crapshoot. I will use 1, 2, 3, and 7 in the middle leg of the pick 5. And it's going to be a buckle my shoe special to close it out. 1, 2, 1, 2 in the last 2 races. I don't have much worry there. Those are the horses that I think are the prime players. So, $48 ticket, 2, 6, 7 with 1, 2, with 1, 2, 3, 7 with 1, 2, 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. It is the 10% takeout pick 5. It is the best value in the game. You've still got a couple of minutes. I know the board right now says 1 minute. They're going to let those horses warm up. We got a late start here. And hopefully you can get those tickets in. And if you want to avoid those lines, the First Bet app, the preferred app here in the press box, you can make your wagers right from your phone and avoid those lines. Good luck and enjoy that pick 5. I hope we hit together.
It is now post time for race number 4. they're racing. Desert Glow out fast, likewise for Diplomatica at 3-2, and Diplomatica and Harry Hernandez boot clear by 2.5. Desert Glow, and that one is to the inside of Chickaboom, looking to win 3 in a row, and the early pace is kind of hot, being established by Diplomatica, well-strung outfield. After that, Latin Nikita, 10 lengths from the front and to the inside of Founders Bay. Then we come back to the 2 at the rear. Gypsy Wife, second last, and Fall Moon can see them all. Up the barn side they go, race 4 on the Canterbury turf, and Diplomatica attempting to win 3 in a row as kick clear by 6. Diplomatica leading it by 6 on a day. Favorites are dominating at Canterbury. This one is 3-2 heading into the far turn with a 4-length lead. In second is Desert Glow. After that we have Latin Nikita. From the back of the pack, Founders Day is about 9 lengths out of it, and Gypsy Wife to win 2 in a row would have to do a lot more, 10 out of it, but still clear from Fall Moon, and they're coming home now, and they're chasing Harry and Diplomatica. That lead is diminishing, but it's still 3. Gypsy Wife is closing very, very fast on the outside. It is Diplomatica from Gypsy Wife and Latin Nikita, but Diplomatica too fast and too good, and Diplomatica wins. Number 7, Diplomatica first. Second, 5, Latin Nikita. And photography required for the rest. 127.75, the final time by Diplomatica. Results are unofficial. Race number 4, official 7-5-4-2. Post time pick 4, $15 and a nickel. Race number 5 on the fast main track, 20 minutes from now. Scratch numbers 5 and 8. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Busch Light and also Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of this racetrack. We also thank Atomic Data, Choice Electric, Culver's, and Arch Key Solutions. Now, next Sunday is Extreme Day, where we race camels, ostriches, and zebras. That's next Sunday, 1 o'clock. Into the winner's circle, it is Diplomatica. Back-to-back victories for our leading rider. He's Harry Hernandez. The winning owner and trainer, Esteban Martinez. Harry and Esteban teamed with one in Vermillion in the Iowa Derby last night. A dead heat turned into a second, but still a very, very nice effort. Congratulations, guys. Racing. Desert Glow out fast, likewise for Diplomatica at 3-2, and Diplomatica and Harry Hernandez boot clear by 2.5. Desert Glow, and that one is to the inside of Chickaboom, looking to win 3 in a row, and the early pace is kind of hot, being established by Diplomatica, well-strung outfield. After that, Latin Nikita, 10 lengths from the front and to the inside of Founders Bay. Then we come back to the 2 at the rear. Gypsy Wife, second last, and Fall Moon can see them all. Up the barn side they go, race 4 on the Canterbury turf, and Diplomatica attempting to win 3 in a row as kicked clear by 6. Diplomatica leading it by 6 on a day. Favorites are dominating at Canterbury. This one is 3-2 heading into the far turn with a 4-length lead. In second is Desert Glow. After that we have Latin Nikita. From the back of the pack, Founders Day is about 9 lengths out of it, and Gypsy Wife to win 2 in a row would have to do a lot more, 10 out of it, but still clear from Fall Moon, and they're coming home now, and they're chasing Harry and Diplomatica. That lead is diminishing, but it's still 3. Gypsy Wife is closing very, very fast on the outside. It is Diplomatica from Gypsy Wife and Latin Nikita, but Diplomatica too fast and too good, and Diplomatica wins. And last, into the final football field, Crocodile Tears, the 2-5 favorite, the one to catch and the one to beat. Jackson Action is running on very fast late. Is it going to be too late? The answer probably is yes. Crocodile Tears, now Jackson Action to the inside, but he suffers Crocodile Tears because the one was number one. Last Martini to the outside, then it's Release the Beast into the final furlong, and Eisenstadt still has a massive lead. In fact, it's insurmountable, and Eisenstadt and Lindy Wade have dominated. Last Martini gets second, and Mishko ran third. Second, outside of that, Scatamaran, and on the far outside is Direct Action. St. Charles, the one to catch and the one to beat. Inside the final football field, St. Charles scoring all the touchdowns and dominating. Diplomatica, that lead is diminishing, but it's still three. Gypsy Wife is closing very, very fast on the outside. It is Diplomatica from Gypsy Wife and Latin Nikita, but Diplomatica too fast and too good, and Diplomatica wins. Hernandez, the winning owner and trainer, Esteban Martinez. Harry and Esteban teamed with One in Vermilion.
Back-to-back winners for jockey Harry Hernandez, and favorites go boom, 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 boom to start the card. We're halfway home, looking for any kind of value here on this sunny Sunday afternoon, Pepsi Family Day. We've got the llamas, the unicorns. I also want to wish a special happy birthday to my daughter Maddie. She's out here with some friends and her sister Annika. She's celebrating birthday number 26 today. We're right out here at the park. Maddie's a big fan of the one horse, just like her dad. She likes Hap Hot, and Hap Hot is fast. This is a very nice 4-year-old dude that just has run some nice races at Canterbury. You go back to that debut last year in the mud, won at 7-1, came back this year with his seasonal debut and flashed that patented speed. Can he hang on? That'll be the question. He's going to be loose. If he gets out of the gate, he's going to be prominent, but can he get that extra half furlong? Last time at 5.5, they caught him. I think today he takes them all the way at 9-5. I think the biggest danger to Hap Hot is number 2, Happy Dancer. Carlo Lopez for Valerie Lund. They tried the turf last time in a $100,000 stakes race, and the horse didn't run terrible, but the dirt is where this horse probably does his best work. And Golden Bandit, who won that stakes race, is such a nice horse for the Butsos. I think Happy Dancer is going to be a big-time late threat here at 7-2. Number 3, I didn't know what to do with because Roman Farrow has early speed and has run some big-time speed figures. So if you're putting together a trifecta or superfecta here, give the 3 a little look somewhere in the mix because the layoff is pesky. He hasn't raced since February. But boy, when he's raced, he's run some big numbers, and I think he'll be prominent. I think he can get a piece of this at a good price. Right now, that price is 8-1. Number 4 is American Refugee. Adamir Santos for the Silva Gang. Another horse that's kind of a surprise package. On his best day, absolutely good enough. He's knocked heads at places like Glitzy, Santa Anita. Interesting at 6-1. 6 is Emmett's Royal Echo. Now, this is a Chippewa shipper. We don't get a lot of Chippewa shippers here, and the price kind of tells the story. We'll have to see one to believe it. 12-1 up on that board, and don't sleep on the big closer. I talked about the inside, too, who should be prominent. The outside horse will be charging late, and I love his name, and I love how Paul Allen calls his name in the race. It's Yo Dog. We'll see what's up with Yo Dog. Yoloa's got a big smile on his face. Joel Burnt is an awesome trainer. And if you like a horse that starts a little slow but finishes strong, you'll love Yo Dog. Right now, co-favored and a major threat in the Canterbury stretch. Here we go, folks. Race number 5. It starts the late pick 4. The red-hot Angela Herman will take you through her ticket here in a few moments. Right now, the combatants head down the tunnel. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
Still lots to go today in our Sunday Family Day card, including some more llamas and unicorns. I'm going to do the unthinkable with the angle today. I am going to go right into the jaws of the power play. Yes, it's coming up in this 5th race in 5 minutes. Happy Dancer is the angle horse today. Now, Happy Dancer himself, not a very experienced animal. You can see that. Just 3 starts to him. But Happy Dancer won at first asking. That was here at Canterbury. That was going 4.5 furlongs. And he returned to the races this year in a race that you saw earlier and you're going to see some of again, where he lost to Hap Hot. He did so very gamely, though, and from off the pace. And that was an untested water for this horse. Now, he also has 2 starts to him this year. You can see his 2 starts in 2023. And some of the other ones in here are either coming fresh off a layoff or only have 1 start to them this year. That works to the advantage of Happy Dancer, not only for the horse, but for his trainer, Valerie Lund. And that's where we go next. Digging a little bit into Formulator, we're going to find some of these barns that heat up later in the meeting. And Valerie's is one of them. This is her 3rd off a layoff at Canterbury. If it's a long layoff, it can take a little while to get back into the swing of things. But these are all good numbers. She's won 6 times. She's been in the money over half the time. And you make money if you bet him in the blind. Now, if you narrow that down, you filter it down a little bit to turf sprints, these are the numbers. She's 5 for 9. All 5 of those that hit the board won. And you almost double, or you over double your money if you do play Valerie Lund on this angle. Now, Happy Dancer fits into it even better because of what he did last time. We did watch this earlier, like you said. Hap Hot on the inside is leading the way. This is the power play right on the inside. This is Happy Dancer. Happy Dancer hadn't done this sort of thing before, and Happy Dancer does this too. He used to get stuck on his left lead in his first couple of starts. When he moved over to the turf, it didn't go well, but that part of it did. And as you can see, they're going 5.5 today. He's making up decent ground on Hap Hot. Give him 6, could be a whole new ball game. We're going to try to upset the favorite in here with Happy Dancer and start off the pick 4 with a winner. That pick 4 ticket is coming up. And there it is. We started off with a single. That's Happy Dancer. I do like him an awful lot in here. Right now he's 4-1. Just talked at length about him, so no need to dig any deeper than that. We'll stay on the inside for the second leg of the pick 4. Forgot the Roses, Saved by Grace, and Foxy Elaine are 2-year-olds that a couple of them have experience, and the other one comes from a barn that's having a fantastic meet. They go 5 furlongs, and the outside horse might go off favored. We're going to try to beat her with a few to her inside, maybe with a wide trip. 1, 3, and 7 for me in race number 7. There is a scratch out of there, some questions to answer, but they're maiden tents. I mean, you can't count on much, just shopping to survive that leg with a few of them. And in the last, if Red Sense can run it all, I mean, he should show it here, but if it's just not his thing, Como Estasa on the inside has more speed, and these 2 could bring this home as a winner for $9. 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes to make pick 4s of your own as they're headed towards the gate.
It's post time. Into the gate for race number 5. Now, following the 8th and final live race, parents, don't forget we bring the kids onto the racetrack. A couple of races for the children, one for those 7 years of age and younger, and another for those 8 and older. That takes place about 10 minutes after the 8th today. Roman Pharaoh goes in. Emmett's Royal Echo. And the current 9-5 favorite, Yo Dog. Minnesotan Yo Dog, 2-1. Hap Hot, 2-1. A couple of Minnesotans trying to get that plus part of the purse. They're in the gate. And they're racing. Hap Hot out of the gate, very hot. Hap Hot, pedal to the metal, right to the lead. Yo Dog is also very sharp in the early stages, and the bookending Minnesotans go 1-2 and lead it by 2 and change as Hap Hot pulls away a length and a half from Yo Dog. After that, Happy Dancer scrubbed on kind of hard with about a half mile to go to the inside of American Refugee. Then it's a big gap back to Roman Pharaoh, and Emmett's Royal Echo can see them all. Off the far turn, number 1 is numero uno, and it's Hap Hot, and Hap Hot leads it by 1. Yo Dog, Happy Dancer is settled down right behind the leading 2.5 lengths out of it, and is joined by American Refugee to the outside. Then it's Roman Pharaoh, and they're coming home now. Hap Hot, Yo Dog, Happy Dancer behind them, and then it's American Refugee on the 3 wide side. Hap Hot, Yo Dog, American Refugee into the final 125. Hap Hot still hot. Hap Hot, wrong lead, right place, winner circle. Put a Q around the 5th. Number 1, Hap Hot first. 1-7-4-2 in race 5. Ladies and gentlemen, a jockey's objection into the running of race 5. That does not involve the top 2 finishers. So 1 and 7 clear of any potential change. The rider aboard number 2, Happy Dancer, Carlo Lopez, is claiming foul versus Ademar Santos, an American Refugee, around the quarter pole. Once again, this jockey's objection, being reviewed by our track referees, the stewards, does not involve the top 2 finishers. Video coverage on TV monitors and the big screen in the infield. The 2 and 4 are the 2 in question. The 2 is claiming the 4 fouled Happy Dancer, and Santos, the rider of number 4, claiming foul against Happy Dancer and Lopez. 2 and 4 is what you're looking at now. 2's next to the rail. No change to the final order of finish. 1-7-4-2. In the winner's circle, Hap Hot and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owners, Suzanne Stables, and the winning trainer, Tony Rengstorff. Hap Hot is a 4-year-old chestnut son of Barbados out of FanFest, bred in Minnesota by Suzanne Stables. Race 5, official. Race 6 is courtesy of the Minnesota Lottery and Quick Trip, the exclusive convenience store of Canterbury Park, with race number 6 about 20 minutes from now. No scratches and no rider changes. Post time right around 4:05. And they're racing. Hap Hot out of the gate, very hot. Hap Hot, pedal to the metal, right to the lead. Yo Dog is also very sharp in the early stages, and the bookending Minnesotans go 1-2 and lead it by 2 and change as Hap Hot pulls away a length and a half from Yo Dog. After that, Happy Dancer scrubbed on kind of hard with about a half mile to go to the inside of American Refugee. Then it's a big gap back to Roman Pharaoh, and Emmett's Royal Echo can see them all. Off the far turn, number 1 is numero uno, and it's Hap Hot, and Hap Hot leads it by 1. Yo Dog, Happy Dancer is settled down right behind the leading 2.5 lengths out of it, and is joined by American Refugee to the outside. Then it's Roman Pharaoh, and they're coming home now. Hap Hot, Yo Dog, Happy Dancer behind them, and then it's American Refugee on the 3 wide side. Hap Hot, Yo Dog, American Refugee into the final 125. Hap Hot still hot. Hap Hot, wrong lead, right place, winner circle. Put a Q around the 5th. Number 1, Hap Hot first. we have our Ashley Home Store Sealy Pillow winner. Congratulations, Greg O'Brien from Belle Plaine. Greg O'Brien from Belle Plaine, please collect your prize at the Ashley Home Store table.
Hapot gets the cue on the front and takes care of business as the co-favorite in race 5. Now we've got the 2-year-olds, the baby girls, in a maiden race that looks like quite the puzzle to solve. Middle leg of that pick 5. Fans, don't forget, after this race, it's leg 2 of the Llamas and the Unicorns. So get up close to the rail, come out and see something that you probably don't see every day. Those Unicorns here in Shakopee once a year, a very special endeavor indeed. Let's take a look at this field. And I thought if you were going to play the pick 5, it might be chalky on the back end. It looks like it's chalky on the front end, but this was the race where just maybe there might be a little bit of chaos and some value. My top pick will be a price here. I hope we can get the number I last saw, which was around 6-1. But let's start on the inside. Forgot the Roses is trained by Matt Williams. He's a trainer we always trust here, and it's a big-time equipment change. With a young horse, the blinkers go on. Jay Litza, terrific handicapper in the Star Tribune. This is his tout. I always give a long look to Jay's top opinions. Horse ships up from Iowa, is a Calbred, And there you see those blinkers. And, boy, she looks good. She's got some nice energy out here. She's feeling good on this Sunday afternoon. We'll see if Forgot the Roses can say la vie to the field at that juicy price of 5-1. Fans are falling in love with number 2, Saved by Grace. Gary Shearer, what a season this guy's having training horses. One of my favorites out here, 35% wins. Now, in a game of horse racing, 10% for training or riding is kind of the benchmark for doing good things. He's more than triple that. First-time starter, good bloodlines, good workouts. Paul Allen and Angela Herman, 2/3 of the Steam team, bullish on Saved by Grace. The Star Guitar Baby is taking action, too, getting bet down to 2-1. Pay attention to that horse. She could be good. Number 3 is my top pick. This is Foxy Elaine. Borejas gets the call from Miguel Angel Silva. Another young horse with a key equipment change. We're getting blinkers on. You see that beautiful yellow shadow roll and those black blinkers. Lone Start was at a place they call Texas and didn't show anything. Literally dead last in that field. But if you go back and watch the replay at Lone Star, the horse got squeezed badly at the start and really lost all chance. Get this number. The trainer is 36% wins when they get the first blinkers, and that's what we get today. And the ROI, a juicy $8.21. Yes, please. I'll take the 6-1 and guess that the 3 comes in from Texas ready to roll. 4 is Sassy Mama, Gallardo for Bethke. Bethke's got a couple of live ones here. This one's taking some cash, too. Morning line 10-1 set by a professional here at the track. Bet down right now in half. Number 5 is Rockin' My Feather Boa. Wade Rarick and Zeke Laura. Good workouts, good breeding, not much else to go on, but the horse sure looks good down here in the paddock, and it's 7-1. 6 is Twas. Luis Valenzuela is a great gate jockey, and Paul Allen talked about Vic Hansen. For years, this guy's been crafty with 2-year-olds. 6 horse might be sneaky. Paul Allen said so a couple hours ago. I think I believe him. Horse looks good down here. Will debut with blinkers if you're into that sort of thing. Twas is 11-1. Outside horse is the 7, Run with Pride. Troy Bethke and Erica Murray. Great connections here, and I love the post. In a race like this, where none of these horses have any real race experience, this horse has shown to have speed. In her debut in Iowa, she popped right out of the gate. This outside post takes the pressure off the jockey. Erica can place this horse wherever they want to go. And I think the 7 is absolutely the horse to beat. And the board tells the story, co-favored at 5-2. These are baby girls making their maiden voyage, trying to get the first win of their career. They're going to travel 5 furlongs. And after this race, we're going to get to see llamas and unicorns. Don't forget, you can come to Canterbury next Saturday. You can enjoy breakfast on the rail. I'll be there to talk about handicapping and some great Canterbury stories from days gone by. Next Saturday morning, check us out on the website at canterburypark.com. Come out, have breakfast, watch some workouts, and we'll talk some ponies. It's going to be awesome. See you next Saturday. Good luck here in the 6th.
Here come the 2-year-olds for race number 6, 7 minutes from now.
We've got more llamas and more unicorns coming up after this 6th race, but before we get to it, we are going to do some more trivia. We got a daily double pack on the line, and I have this beautiful young lady playing with me. Tell us who you are and where you're from.
I'm Megan, and I'm from Minneapolis.
All right, Megan, I don't think that there's too many llamas or unicorns running around Minneapolis, but we're going to see what you know about llamas. We're going to look at a question here on the tote board and just give us the right answer. You get a daily double pack if you win. Let's check it out. Okay, which one of these animals are llamas related to? Horses, camels, donkeys, or zebras? All right. Llamas are closely related to, what do you think?
Camels?
Is it B, camels? It is! Way to go! Congratulations, you get a daily double pack. You use it the rest of your day here, come back another day. Congratulations.
Thank you.
If you're looking for llama expertise, you've just found her over here. Those are coming up after this. We got another couple of heats, unicorns and llamas, coming up in the 6th after 5.
Thank you.
Hey, you four on the big screen in the infield, raise your hand if it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Madison. Maddie Gorg. Happy birthday. They're at the gate. It's race time. Saved by Grace moves in. Rockin' My Feather Boa, 6-1. Saved by Grace, 8-5 in favor. Foxy Elaine, one of 3 in the race with experience. And here is Twas. That's the final firster. Now Run with Pride, 3-1. Here come the baby girls. And they're racing. And from the 5 spot, Rockin' My Feather Boa comes out very quickly. So does Foxy Elaine to the inside. And outside of that, Run with Pride. Then we come back to Sassy Mama debuting 5 lengths from the lead. Forget the Roses to the inside of that. Saved by Grace, 9 lengths out of it. And Twas is last. And Foxy Elaine looks stupendous on the lead. Foxy Elaine at 2.5 to 1 leads the run at the top of the stretch with Run with Pride next. Then we come back to Rockin' My Feather Boa, Saved by Grace, taken to the outside of Forget the Roses with a lot of work to do, but Saved by Grace is coming on very, very quickly into the final furlong. It is Foxy Elaine. Outside of that is Run with Pride. Then we come to Forget the Roses and Saved by Grace. Foxy Elaine desperately trying to hold on, but Saved by Grace has no mercy for you. racing. And from the 5 spot, Rockin' My Feather Boa comes out very quickly. So does Foxy Elaine to the inside. And outside of that, Run With Pride. Then we come back to Sassy Mama debuting 5 lengths from the lead. Forget the Roses to the inside of that. Saved by Grace, 9 lengths out of it. And Twas is last. And Foxy Elaine looks stupendous on the lead. Foxy Elaine at 2.5 to 1 leads the run at the top of the stretch with Run With Pride next. Then we come back to Rockin' My Feather Boa, Saved by Grace, taken to the outside of Forget the Roses with a lot of work to do, but Saved by Grace is coming on very, very quickly into the final furlong. It is Foxy Elaine. Outside of that is Run With Pride. Then we come to Forget the Roses and Saved by Grace. Foxy Elaine desperately trying to hold on, but Saved by Grace has no mercy for you.
Here come the Llamas. They're looking around, taking in the big crowd here at Canterbury, and they're waiting for their special introductions. This is a 5 Llama heat. It's heat number 3. Let's meet the combatants. We're going to start with number 1, Bushy and Ready. Give it up for Adam Sandlama. Number 2 with the white saddlecloth, Como Te Llama. This young lady's got a good bushy hairdo. It's like looking in the mirror for me. Number 3, Selama Gomez. Next one's spunky, smaller but very spunky. Number 4, here comes Llama Mia. Oh yeah, Llama Mia's got all kinds of zest. With the green saddlecloth, here is Buzz Llama-Year. Llama-Year. All right, as Paul Allen talked about, these are not parimutuel races, but we'd love you to have a little action. Side bets always encouraged. It's Adam Sandlama from the 1 spot, Como Te Llama from 2, Selama Gomez, Llama Mia, and Buzz Llama-Year. Last Llama race, well, let's just say it wasn't quick, but it was close in the end. We'll see what these llamas can provide. There's an air of nervousness in the air. The feed bags are getting ready. These youngsters are going to try to get these llamas to be hungry and fast at the same time. That doesn't always work. All right, they're in position. We are almost ready for a llama race. Last race took 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Can they beat that time? We'll see. It's 50 yards. Someone's going to race into the history books. Ready, set, go! And there go the llamas! And number one, Adam San Llama's all over the track. Here comes Llama Gomez. And Llama Gomez, girl power. Look at Llama Gomez go. And now she's showboating. The boys are going the wrong way. The girl is kicking the boy's butt. She's got 10 yards into the history books. Llama Gomez, can she do it? Yes! The girl, Llama Gomez. Flag fall to that's all. Some of these llamas want to go to Valley Fair. They're going the wrong way. Oh, here comes one now. Here comes Llama Mia. Ooh, that Buzz Llama here, he's feisty. Adam San Llama's crooked. All right, there goes Llama Mia. She's going to be second. Look at this one. Look at Adam San Llama. What a naughty little llama. Will not follow instruction. Uh-oh. Oh, almost got loose. They're going the wrong way. All right, two llamas have gone pear-shaped. Now they're coming. Now they're coming. Here they come. They got them lassoed. Hey, give it up for those llamas. They're nervous, but they had a good time. The winner was the 3, Llama Gomez. Pretty in pink today at Canterbury Park. All right, the llamas have been corralled. After some bad behavior, they're going to go back and chill for the rest of the Sunday. But now something you don't get to see every day, kids. A real live breathing unicorn. We have 5 unicorns here in heat number 4. Actual unicorns here in Shakopee, Minnesota. It's a wonder of the world. They're spunky little things, and they're coming out with those pretty horns on their head, and they're ready to race for you, kiddies. The unicorns are coming. Now the llamas are going to parade down here to this winner's circle. If you'd like to bring your kids close to that circle and have them get a picture with the llamas in the background, I think it's a wonderful social media post. It's lovely, and it's a llama, for crying out loud. How cool is that? Your kid with a llama. And how about that Selena? Ooh, she was good. Pretty in pink. Llama picture in the winner's circle. If you'd like it, they'll be here in the next 30 seconds. Here come the llamas into the winner's circle, led by the winner, number 3, Llama Gomez. There's the winner. The victorious llama is in there. We are ready for those photo ops. She looks great. Look at her. She's posing for pictures. She knows she's the winner out here today. I love the paint. All right, there she goes, the winner of the 2023 Llama Extraordinaire, the fastest llama on the grounds, the young lady named Llama Gomez. Whoops. And now parading behind the starting gate and ready to come in front of the grandstand, real live unicorns for heat number 4. It's going to be a heat filled with 5 different unicorns who are going to race down that Canterbury stretch. We will meet each contestant momentarily. Get ready, kids. Here come the corns. Breaking from post position number 1, red saddlecloth. Here comes the pint-size Princess Bubblegum. And in pink, number 2, here is Brittany Spurs. She's all decked out, looking good, just like a rock star. Number 3, as tiny as it gets, here comes Nightmare. And how about this unicorn? Number 4, in the purple, it's Cornelius. And don't forget about number 5, it is Tater Trot. Tater Trot. 5 unicorns heading to the starting gate, ready to rock and roll here on this Sunday afternoon. Princess Bubblegum, number 1. Number 2, Brittany Spurs. 3, Nightmare. 4, Cornelius. 5 is Tater Trot. The unicorns are in position. Handlers are at the finish line. 50 yards separate these unicorns from greatness. Who will be the fastest unicorn in town? Ready, set, go! Unicorns go! And down the stretch they come! Brittany Spurs takes the lead! Brittany Spurs and Nightmare! Brittany Spurs and Nightmare! Brittany Spurs all the way! Oh my, these other 4 left in the wake of a keen turn of speed. Look at those unicorns showing off for the crowd. Well, we might have lost a horn. Oopsies. Kids, don't pay any attention there. It's like in The Wizard of Oz when the whole curtain comes around and oh boy. Parents, you can handle those questions. Give it up for those unicorns that just ran down that Canterbury stretch. That was awesome. The unicorns will be heading to the winner's circle if you'd like a picture with the kids having the unicorns behind them. They'll be in the winner's circle here momentarily. A couple more thoroughbred races to go, and then the kids get to race down the track. It is Sunday. Kids race on the track after race 8. All right, we're in the paddock here. A little shorter time together because of the late start, but late daily double time. Maidens here on the turf going 7.5 furlongs. That's a good look at my top pick in the race. Number 1, Mr. Incentive, third time off the layoff. I like the inside post. Turf racing, all about saving ground and saving energy. And I'll acknowledge that the 2 is probably a little quicker early. I think the 1 can sit just off the 2. And if the 2 doesn't take them all the way, I think the 1 could fall into a pretty good spot at a nice price, 5-1. No doubt, you can tell by the tote board, the 2 is going to be tough. It's been a parade of favorites today. We are 6 for 6 with betting favorites at Canterbury. Can't fault anybody for liking the 2 here. Got Lone Speed, you got the best turf figures, you got Lindy Wade, you got Joel Burnt. There are just a lot of positives stacked up on number 2 back to selling. The one thing I will caution the betting public is the track record. 0 for 8, and many of those 8 were low-priced losses. So, yes, the horse should win. Yes, the horse is in a great spot. I bet 1-2. I'm taking a shot with the 1 to try to beat back to selling, but back to selling absolutely a must in the exotics. Number 3 is late to the party here in the paddock. It's a lot of heat in from Remington Park for Lynn Kleberad. You get Alonzo Quinones. That's always a good thing at Canterbury. Such a good jockey. Taking some money at 9-1. Now finally making the trek here from the saddling enclosure. Looks good physically. Came out here a little late from the test barn, but looks really good on the muscle for Lynn Kleberad in the paddock. Might be an alternative if you're looking for a long shot in the gimmicks. 5 is Score McCoy. Chad Lindsay gets the call here for Nancy Sheehan. This is the 3-year-old debut. They take the blinkers off, so a significant equipment change. We'll see if that wakes up Score McCoy, who really hasn't been close. But on the turf here last year, ran a sneaky good race, took the lead, turning for home. 6 is Burn Boss, Derby Glass for Caitlin Bedford. Girl jockey, girl trainer for all the girls out there looking for a little girl power. Has some natural speed, should get a fair trip from right behind the favorite, and 14-1. Number 7 is a very intriguing horse. This is Class Compounds. Chip Bully, the trainer, won a Kentucky Derby. Harry Hernandez, the jockey, is last year's champion rider at Canterbury, and he's well on his way to doing that again this year. Looks for his 3rd one on the card. Has good outside stalking speed, and I think 5-1, a real fair price on that 7. It is Maidens. It's a turf race, and it starts the late daily double. The final 2 races of our race day today. Hope you had fun with those llamas and those unicorns. Hope you come back next week. We race Wednesday, and yes, Thursday racing starts. Wednesday and Thursday at 5, Saturday at 5, another family day next Sunday at 1 o'clock. It's Extreme Day next Sunday. Head to CanterburyPark.com. Our website is loaded with discounts and all kinds of great ticket options. The late daily double and this great turf race is coming your way next. These are the lucky contestants for our Quick Trip Dash for the Cash. Kip Rako's trying to get out of the shot. He's the mastermind behind this great contest. See those good-looking fans? Fans, hold up those numbers. Each one of those fans has been assigned a horse in this race. If their horse wins, they get a $100 gift card from Quick Trip. Second and third each get a $20 gift card from Quick Trip. So you can bet this race and cheer along with your favorite fan with your favorite horse. The Quick Trip Dash for the Cash. The horses are approaching the gate. It's crunch time. Get your bets in, and thank you to Quick Trip for your sponsorship here at Canterbury Park all season.
There at the gate, and it is now race time, courtesy of Atomic Data. And thank you, JTR Roofing, Turtles Bar and Grill, and Think Minnesota Realty. Back to selling, 2 to 5. And they're racing. Back to selling, popped nicely. So did a lot of heat. Then on the inside, Mr. Insensitive. Outside of them, Class Compounds. The rider's looking for a triple. About a length and a half, maybe 2 clear from Burn Boss. Then we come back to the trailer, Score McCoy. Around the corner they go, chasing Back to Selling. The 1 to 9 favorite scoots clear by a length. Mr. Insensitive is pulling the rider right out of the saddle. Definitely wants to go with 5/8 remaining. A lot of heat is in second, and Back to Selling cuts clear by 2. After that, Class Compounds 5 clear from Burn Boss, and Score McCoy is still far out of it. And now they go into the far turn, and they're chasing Back to Selling, and Back to Selling owns it by 1.5. Mr. Insensitive now is in the clear if good enough, but 3 lengths in arrears. A lot of heat is losing ground and feeling the heat. Then it's Class Compounds 8 lengths behind Back to Selling, who is cruising along as the 1 to 9 favorite. And Back to Selling now is given his head by Lindy Wade, and he's going to have to work to get the money. He leads it by 2.5. Mr. Insensitive's going to make him work for it. After that is a lot of heat down to the final 125, and Back to Selling wants no challengers, and Back to Selling, the heavy favorite, prevails. Number 2, Back to Selling first. 2-1-5 and a bottom of the soup photo. Class compounds fourth. And the seventh race is official. Back to selling, paid $220, $210, $210, okay. The eighth is our final live race this Pepsi Family Day. Scratch number 5, Kapow. Parents, don't forget, 10 minutes after the eighth race, the kids get to run on the racetrack. A couple of 30-yard sprints. That's after the eighth. And walking up to the winner's enclosure, it is back to selling. 3 victories today for jockey Lindy Wade. The winning owners, Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables. They also bred back to selling in Minnesota. And this is a 4-year-old bay son of a Stern from the Bellamy Road Mare Sales Call. The winning trainer, Joe Burnt. And they're racing, back to selling, popped nicely, so did a lot of heat. Then on the inside, Mr. Insensitive. Outside of them, Class Compounds, the riders looking for a triple. About a length and a half, maybe 2 clear from Burn Boss. Then we come back to the trailer, Score McCoy. Around the corner they go, chasing, back to selling. The 1-9 favorite scoots clear by a length. Mr. Insensitive is pulling the rider right out of the saddle. Definitely wants to go with 5/8 remaining. A lot of heat is in second and back to selling. Cuts clear by 2. After that, Class Compounds 5 clear from Burn Boss, and Score McCoy is still far out of it. And now they go into the far turn and they're chasing Back to Selling, and Back to Selling owns it by 1.5. Mr. Insensitive now is in the clear if good enough, but 3 lengths in arrears. A lot of heat is losing ground and feeling the heat. Then it's Class Compounds 8 lengths behind Back to Selling, who is cruising along as the 1-9 favorite. And Back to Selling now is given his head by Lindy Wade, and he's going to have to work to get the money. He leads it by 2.5. Mr. Insensitive's going to make him work for it. After that is a lot of heat down to the final 125, and Back to Selling wants no challengers, and Back to Selling, the heavy favorite, prevails. Number 2, Back to Selling first.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you to take you through the lucky last big race week on hand, Ange. We get back to Thursday racing, go Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, and it should be a fun week of racing.
Yeah, we get to add Thursdays to the mix. And Thursdays have traditionally been one of our more popular nights, and we add some more quarter horses into the mix coming up this week, too. And then we got Hall of Fame night coming up on Saturday. Also, breakfast on the rail. Anybody who wants to see the beautiful Kevin Gorg first thing in the morning.
With me. We're going to talk some handicapping. We'll have some fun, bad beat stories from Canterbury Downs days in the mid-'80s. And listen, we love to play races from Canterbury, but the beauty of our facility, Ange, is that third floor is just like going to Las Vegas, man. Betting machines, your own individual TV, and Saratoga starts Thursday. Toga!
Saratoga, and next week we got
Del Mar the week after. So this is the best time of the year to be a horse player. We'd love you to come out, sit in our beautiful air-conditioned facility, food and beverage service, watch some horse racing from Saratoga, come for the live races. Let's send them out a winner, and if you've been playing favorites today, you're probably going to need a wheelbarrow to get home. Betting favorites are 7 for 7 on this card. Will it continue here, Angela? I think it will.
Yeah, I know. We both have Red Sense. But Red Sense, we were just talking a second ago. Red Sense is dropping from maiden special weights all the way down to the bottom. There's no stopping with this 3-year-old to see maybe a 20, maybe 50. Nope. Boom, they're going to plunk him down to the bottom. And that can be viewed as a positive or a negative thing. Either you think this horse wins by about 6, or you think he might walk across the line. Now, both of us tend to think the former, but do you think this horse can get the lead? Because even though he's been chasing some fast fractions, it's not like he's been pushing them along, and with Ring-Tailed Tutor and Silent Sailor to his outside and Como Estas to his inside, is it really as easy as it looks on paper?
I don't think he needs the lead, but I think the class will tell. I think if you look at who these other horses you just mentioned, the Tutor and the Sailor, they have not been facing special weight company. They have not been facing open company. These are horses facing state-bred claimers. So if Red Sense wants to go to the front, if Izzy is aggressive early, off chasing 22 flat against maiden special weight open company, but you hit the nail on the head. I mean, Joel Burnt is a sharp horseman, and if you're betting this race and you're betting serious money on this horse, you have to ask yourself the question, is he giving this horse away, or are there issues? And listen, the horse is healthy. He's ready to go. But there's a reason they're dropping this horse in class, because this horse could have gone to a maiden special weight with Minnesota breds, and still no one would have blinked an eye. Probably would have been favored in that group. So if the horse does not get it done, I think the one is super intriguing.
Yeah.
This is the horse that was trained by Francisco Bravo in from Lone Star. I don't like the post at all, especially with the speed the 2 has, but there's a way that one can win.
Yes, there is, and I think he might have the speed to get up there. I know that down at Lone Star it's a quick track too, but he was showing just as much as Red Sense. And my main issue with Red Sense, at least as far as early on in his career, is that Joel entered him twice going long. He maybe wasn't showing enough in the morning. I know there's a pedigree there to go long, but at the time they didn't think he had the speed to go 2 turns, or to go 1 turn, so they put him at 2 turns. Now Red Sense came back this year at 6.5, but I don't know. I'm not as confident in Red Sense as I think a lot of people are, and I tend to use them both rather than hone in on just the 2. But Como does at 3-1 seems very fair, and with just 2 starts to him with the rail. We also talked about this. Lynn Klebrad had a horse with Alonso Quinones in the last race. Now this one, Alonso is also on, and it's not like they're a frequent tandem. I think this one is going to show a lot more speed, and maybe even could get his head in front of Red Sense early. If these 2 do tie up, is anyone going to come from back, or is it just going to be a 5-headed pace duel, you think, pretty much from the start?
If they tie up, I think the outside horse has every advantage. It's just the problem is he's 0 for 12. Silent Sailor's going to get a great outside stalking trip, and he's proven, at least from 3rd to 2nd to 1st, he can pass horses. You go back to that race September last year, might be good enough to win this one, for crying out loud. So, yeah, I think the 2 is just too good. Yeah. I think the 2 is going to win this race. I don't think there's much more to it. You can see most of us agree, but first bet, look at that.
Yep.
Our favorite app. They've got the
Red's
3 at a
Mr.
price.
Z. Swing for the fences. Not had been the day thus far. Maybe the last. We'll be lucky for first bet. And we'll see. We'll see if the favorite comes home victorious. Same connections. Dropped a horse to claimers last time. Got the job done in the 7th. We'll see if they finish out the late double in 8 minutes. They're track bound now. Their favorite is Red Sense. We'll see you back here on Wednesday at 5 o'clock.
1 minute.
It's race time. Moving in line. Red senses favor.
And they're all in line. And they're racing in the 8th at CBY. Ring-tailed Tudor comes out of the gate speedily, and so does Red Sense, looking to get all the bucks. Como Estas is to the inside, and those two are right together. 1 and 2 battle it out with Silent Sailor getting loud to the outside, and way back in last is Red's Mr. Z. That one at 12-1 is 13 lengths from the lead. Into the far turn they travel, and the quintet is covered by 15. Up top, Red Scent shows the way, but being pushed on by Izzy. Outside of that, Silent Sailor, and behind them, Como Estas, currently saying Lo siento, but wants to say muy bien. Outside, Ring-tailed Tudor, and they're coming home now. It is Red Sense. Como Estas comes sneaking through on the inside. Then it's Silent Sailor and Ring-tailed Tudor to the outside. Red Sense, Como Estas, and outside of that is Silent Sailor. Red Sense from Como Estas. Red Sense gets all the dinero. And the 8th race is official in the winner's enclosure, Red Sense and Izzy, Israel Hernandez. The winning owner, Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables. Yes, Bob stuck around for the 8th. And the winning trainer is Joel Burnt. Final time, 112.75. And they're racing in the 8th at CBY. Ring-tailed Tudor comes out of the gate speedily, and so does Red Sense, looking to get all the bucks. Como Estas is to the inside, and those two are right together. 1 and 2 battle it out with Silent Sailor getting loud to the outside, and way back in last is Red's Mr. Z. That one at 12-1 is 13 lengths from the lead. Into the far turn they travel, and the quintet is covered by 15. Up top, Red Scent shows the way, but being pushed on by Izzy. Outside of that, Silent Sailor, and behind them, Como Estas, currently saying Lo siento, but wants to say muy bien. Outside, Ring-tailed Tudor, and they're coming home now. It is Red Sense. Como Estas comes sneaking through on the inside. Then it's Silent Sailor and Ring-tailed Tudor to the outside. Red Sense, Como Estas, and outside of that is Silent Sailor. Red Sense from Como Estas. Red Sense gets all the dinero. All right. righty, boys and girls, it's time for the kiddos to run on the old racetrack. We have a couple of races. The first is for kids 7 years of age and younger. Head on out. Go all the way to the inside. Head all the way to the inside, kids. Parents, you're welcome on the racetrack, by the way. If you'd like to take pictures, videotape, whatever you want to do. Yep, head all the way to the inside, boys and girls. You're going to race down to the finish line and back. Big group for the 7 and under. Plenty of room for y'all. Hush, y'all. All righty, 7 and under, about ready to close these gates. We're about ready to go multi-tiered like harness racing. I mean, this is perhaps the biggest 7 and under crowd we've ever had. All right, the gate's closing for the 7 and under. Parents, get those phones ready. Get those cameras ready. Go! Here come the baby boys and girls, and it's the biggest crowd of 7 and under in the history of Canterbury Park. And now they stop. Take a look and listen, and if they sweat in the sun, they'll glisten. We have a couple battling to the wire together, and Lacey Klein at 25-1 is the 7 and under champion of the world. Thank you, boys and girls. All right, hey, everybody exit this way. Everybody exit over that way at that gate over there. Yeah. Look for the man with the sport coat, and everybody exit over there. Go on over this way, boys and girls. All right, kids 8 years of age on to older. Go on and head out to the racetrack, head all the way to the inside. We got a little girl on the track with only one shoe. Do we have a farrier in the house? This young lady needs to be reshod. 8 and older. Get all the way to the inside. There's a brave one right here wearing a sweatshirt with a heat index of 92. Hey. Parents, welcome on the track. Find a spot. Ready, go! And the big boys and girls are churning down the Canterbury Park stretch. We have a Cubs hat left on the track, which is kind of metaphorical for the team, and Big Boy in the green shirt has prevailed. We do this every Sunday, parents. You want to burn off some energy. Otherwise, happy Sunday, God bless, and thanks for coming to Canterbury.